Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. This is our 44th episode, and last time we finished Stormblood, the base game, and we're now entering the patches. We're in 4.1 now, which is very exciting. Now, there's quite a few things that have been added, so the thumbnail picture was actually one of the new activities that's been added. I have discovered that we have the ability to return to Ivalice, apparently, which is super exciting. I don't think we'll be doing that today, as we'll be picking up the actual story continuation, but who knows? It's certainly something that I would like to experience, as Final Fantasy XII is one of my favorites. I loved playing that game as a kid, and Ivalice is one of my favorite settings, with Final Fantasy Tactics Advance being my first exposure to that world and that setting, so that's super exciting to me. We're going to continue with the main quest. Like I said, there's also I guess this expansion's what is it called, the raid. I'm not sure. I believe it's tied to Omega, or yeah, Omega. So that's also very, very exciting. But I hope you've had you're having a good morning, a good evening, wherever you are. It's currently a bright and early 7:15 in the morning, and we're ready for some gaming. I'm super excited to get back into this. I think, like, finishing Stormblood and seeing those credits roll and the post-credits scene, this is when the game has, like, well and truly got its hooks into me. Like, I've been enjoying it the whole way through and been really invested in the story, but I've been, like, thinking about the ending of Stormblood ever since we finished that stream. So it's like, it's got me. And I was like, I wish that I had the time to, like, play it every day, but I also have to maintain an actual Let's Play series on the channel that actually gets the viewership and the support, so I can actually, continue to play video games full time. Unfortunately, I can't do that if it's just Final Fantasy XIV. But I'm excited to see what we get into today. We've got Wedge here, which is the hunt for Omega. So Wedge wears the expression of a man at his wit's end. So this was one of the sequences at the end of the Stormblood credits, which Nero is working with Cid once again. And we also got an introduction to a character called Jessie to go along with Biggs and Wedge, which is very fun. Now, I believe that the hunt for Omega will probably be a full stream's worth of content, in the same way that Bahamut and Alexander was. So I think with the way things are going, we'll probably end up doing 4.1 story content, the Omega raid, and then return to Ivalice. So that could be the next sort of 3 streams for the post-main quest Stormblood content, and then go into 4.2, see what happens there, etc., etc. So we'll at least pick this up. Omega! Thank the gods you're here. We need to hunt for Omega. This is going to be a great quest line for names. In case you haven't heard, we've set up operations in Rhalga's Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, but we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We now know that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands, and it was shackled with some very distinctive looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you-know-what could have done something like that, and the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the Chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we're getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself. Something that I could never have predicted when we first started Final Fantasy XIV 3 years ago was my name is going to be an issue during particular story content. Also, my last stream got limited ads, and that it was because Xenos offed himself. Who would have thought? It didn't even show it on screen. But apparently that's enough because YouTube hates that. Which is kind of surprising because I thought that I'd be able to get away with something like that. There's nothing really else in that previous live stream that would flag the stream. So that's kind of unfortunate. It's similar to, like, if you ever play the first God of War game on the channel, that game is an instant limited ads or demonetization purely because of the opening scene of just Kratos yeeting himself off a cliff. Just the act of doing that alone is enough. Look at this guy. Bro's got his fancy pants weapon. Bloody show off. Take that weapon and shove it up your pompadour. What does Altwin want to do? He's been thinking a lot about the Temple of the Fist lately. Alright, well, we've got the Hunt for Omega, which is to speak with Biggs, and we've also got to do Arenvold's adventure. So we've at least picked up the hunt. But like I said, I think we'll do that next stream. So we'll just put it in our journal, and we'll focus on proceeding with the story today. So now we have Lise being the leader. So she's chilling out here. Lise seems troubled. Hello, Philippe. Welcome to the stream. Today we are doing patch 4.1 story. And next stream we're planning to do the Omega raid. And the stream after that we're planning to do Return to Ivalice, which is very exciting. So we have at least our next streams are all pretty much mapped out as all of the post Stormblood content. 4.1, Omega Raid, Ivalice, 4.2, 3, 4, 5, and beyond. All that kind of stuff. And something I've started doing as well, and I retroactively added it to the previous Heaven's Ward episodes on my channel, is I customized my Final Fantasy XIV thumbnails. So when we're actually doing the patch-related content, I added the little logos that they made for them. So you can see that on this thumbnail where it's for The Legend Returns. That's the name for patch 4.1. And like, for example, like the last one in Heaven's Ward is The Far Edge of Fate. And like, just for an example, there's that. So I like put the little subtitle for it on the above it, so you can easily see what that's for, and then you can get jump scared by one of the most horrific images in Final Fantasy XIV history. So I think that's cool. Oh god, I just realized that that's a mistake on that thumbnail. Don't look at that. There's a mistake on that one. I'll fix that later. So I'll do that for Stormblood as well. But I think we'll start this now. Son Goku, that's alright. Fixed schedule for the Zelda uploads on Patreon. It's the same as the uploads on the channel, basically. It's every other day. And take turns with the games. If you see Cyberpunk one day, you're going to see Zelda the next day. Easy way to tell.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Voice acting straight away. Very good.
We've made good progress since we took back Ala Mhigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Whenever someone is called a Mad King, that's always like one of my favorite titles. I don't know, it's such a common one that's thrown around, like the Mad King. It sounds cool, you know? You can see why people use it so much.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion.
We're tired of kings. It's time for a queen. Queen Minago, let's go.
For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Alden and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
It's really funny having the character that's in the class of like being a fighter and a dancer and then relegating them to a desk job.
The reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
But it means that when there is a fight, she'll be on the front lines.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you. Now, don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Will you join me?
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure?
You've got my curiosity.
After all, we were adventurous before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating Ala Mhigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Twist my arm, why don't you? What a smile. Let's get Alphino and get up to no good. Right then, let's go and find Master Levier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte. We'll be along shortly. See you there. Yeah, a slice of life is good, and a moment of respite is also good, especially after you have a really massive victory and sequence like the ending of Stormblood. You need to kick back for a little bit. Also, by the way, Catspore, I'm glad I could stream at a good time for you. Hope your mouth is feeling okay. There's nothing quite like a dentist trip. Yes, Galleon keeps putting the optional dungeon piece of paper in my face and going, there's this optional dungeon that you could do. Maybe. Greetings, Omega. 'Twould seem we are to accompany our envoy on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Ala Mhigo was still a monarchy, and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was, the King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rhalgr's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. You assume you have a mind to unearth his hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Ala Mhigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remained simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing? You've learned the emote box. Snake. What are you doing in that box? I believe we have plenty of people. We'll eventually need 8 for Omega next stream, but Mobius is going to log in soon. He's just probably injecting himself with some coffee at the moment. He just needs some time. We started and like 45 minutes earlier because I was awake. So surprise. Which one is DPS again? Because I thought it was maiming, wasn't it? Or is it slaying? I thought it was maiming. It's slaying. Okay. You can almost see the wheels turning in Alphino's head. Where did I get maiming from then? Oh, actually, I think maiming is on the description of some of the Dragoon gear. Yeah, no, yeah. Thanks, Lyra. Is it Lyra with a Y? I need to get this right, by the way. Is it Lyra or like Lyra? I know that there's different ways that people say it. I'm pretty sure it would be Lyra. I haven't. I always like see your name pop up, and I always go to almost call you by your old username. Slang also works if maim is not available. Yeah. The news of Doma and Ala Mhigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. Dude, they just casually name drop Dalmasca. That's so cool. Which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Ironvold, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Ironvold, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks whilst Omega makes the rounds in the Ala Mhigo quarter. Ha! Now I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. Alphino automatically being the dude to just micromanage everyone. Yeah, just the casual Dalmasca name drop. I could imagine optional dungeons being undertaken in like a live stream that's just dedicated to running through previous dungeons together, you know? Just do a constant dungeon run and see what happens. A little bonus stream or something, perhaps. In the palace? No, not me, lad. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. I find it really interesting in terms of all the different settings for Final Fantasy that Ivalice is the one that sort of permeates the most. Like, it has multiple games in that setting. It has spin-off titles that are not even Final Fantasy in that setting. It even works its way into the world of Final Fantasy XIV and exists in the same world by, like, not being like, oh, it's a weird portal to Ivalice, or like Clive has dropped out of the sky. Like, Alphino just name drops the Imperial province of Dalmasca, you know? And what's cool about that is Ivalice fits into Final Fantasy XIV's world so seamlessly anyway, because the aesthetic of the Empire that we've seen so far in this game really isn't too far away from the Empire in Ivalice either, with sort of the Magitech stuff. I don't think any of that's called Magitech in Final Fantasy XII at all, but I'm just using that terminology. But, like, you don't see anything from Final Fantasy X or Spira, or you don't see anything from Final Fantasy VII, like, from Gaia. I don't know what the name of the world in Final Fantasy VIII is called, but you don't see any of that. Like, Ivalice just has this interesting ability to worm its way through into multiple things. It makes me really excited to play the game Vagrant Story one of these days, finally, because that's like one of those PlayStation 1 RPGs that I always liked the look of and never got to, and then growing up and finding out that it was also set in Ivalice, I think was just like, oh, incredible. Because yeah, Final Fantasy XII and Tactics Advance are the ones that I've played, so I'll get to enjoy Vagrant Story and Final Fantasy Tactics to get some of that Evil East content. Yeah, that makes sense. The Garlean armor being inspired by Final Fantasy XII, because it does look quite similar to the armor that the judges have. Which is so cool. Mature maid. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his Royal Majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once. The mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. That is true. You can cosplay in the clothing, and obviously you've got Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII and stuff. Can dress up as Cloud and Squall right now if I wanted to. And then Stormblood, the pre-rendered, like the intro cutscene, has the Warrior of Light looking almost like Auron. So you could probably get almost an Auron outfit there. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which of course we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and talk to old Ernold. He was the king's head scribe. Yeah, where's my... They'll do a crossover event with Fall Guys, but not like another Square Enix property. Where's my Kingdom Hearts? Why can't I dress up as Sora and wield a Keyblade? Revan, I can't remember. I don't know if you've seen... Have you seen the outfits for the other Final Fantasy characters that I have? Hey, a Kingdom Hearts raid would go crazy. The bosses that you could do would be so cool, actually. Alright, we'll show, we're going to show this to Revan. Here we go. So we got our Advent Children Cloud. There we go. Perfectly perfect. Catboy Cloud. From Advent Children. I find it surprising that they don't even have his Final Fantasy VII outfit. They're just like, yeah, Advent Children. And then you can be Noctis. Noctis is already pretty much a Catboy, so this just fits. There we go, baby. You got that Squall Leonhardt. I believe this is based off of his appearance in the Dissidia games, because they changed his outfit and did that classic thing where they go, let's over-design it for no reason. So now he's got feathers and also whatever this is. And they gave him a V-neck, which I despise. However, it's pretty close to what it is in the original Final Fantasy VIII. They were like, we need to add something. And I'm like, what if you didn't? It was fine before. They've got Zidane from Final Fantasy IX, and you know what? It just doesn't work. No. It works for my character because I think Zidane also has a tail, but it does not work for the color scheme. I'm sorry. I'm too tall for this outfit. Then they got whoever this is from a classic Final Fantasy. I don't know who it is, but the design looks cool. But I don't have anything to say about it because I don't really know. Then you've got Clive from Final Fantasy 16. And this has been my favorite one to wear because it looks so good. Even though the tail comes through the cape. But it looks so good. Except for the fact that my posture is unique, and then I'm naked. So those are my Final Fantasy gears. Then I've got all my different Dragoon setups, and then the rest is empty. That's what we rockin' with. Alright, we're going to speak with Arnold now. Yeah, Clive was the outfit we were going with for ages, but we've been very Dragooned up for a while. Which makes sense. Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? Everyone keeps trying to call me Arnold, and I say, no, it's Arnold. Get it right. You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Ala Mhigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well. I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a few chosen few, take note, were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's blood were prone to share his madness, it mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. That is, grim. Yeah, I mean, no. Cosmetic outfits that are only for specific classes? Boo. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? I learned that there were deep, dark ritual monsters underneath the floorboards. Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. What of you, Omega? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters! What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Ala Mhigo who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. Imperial archives are also silent on the subjects of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning him a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Omega? His fear seemed genuine. He was afraid. That does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, there's a matter I would clarify. Arenvold, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Gallian blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Ala Mhigan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pureblood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. Yikes. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Ala Mhigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. Minfilia! Minfilia! The best I can say about the years that followed is I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. No, the sad backstory music is really good. I was literally just about to mention it before it faded away. I really like that theme. Thank you, Ironvolt, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Omega, are you content to surrender the treasure to Ironvolt's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Of course. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's trove, if you are minded to hear it. Also, being able to have outfits that are gender locked is terrible. Get that out of here. Because one of my favorite things about a video game that I haven't even had the opportunity to properly play was Final Fantasy XIII Lightning Returns, the third game in that trilogy, where as a pre-order bonus you could have Lightning in Cloud's ex-soldier outfit. And that was awesome, because she suits that so well. And then I never played it. I pre-ordered the game. And then I never played it. Imagine watching a cutscene. Alphino seems eager to share his theory. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. I think we've got a new friend. Here we go. Show off the fit. Show off the character. There we go. Looking tall. There we go. Hiya! A new friend has joined the world. Good name, by the way. Callon Highwind. Just waiting for Mobius to get out of this cutscene. Oh my lord. If they've got Ivalice in this game, when will they add Balthia's outfit? The true hero of the story. When will they add it? I'm ready. I should also let my character wear Fran's outfit too. I don't think there is a Rhinoa outfit. Oh my god. It looks so good, dude. There you go. Love Gideon Emery. I hear Gideon Emery voices a character in Dragon Age 2, but I didn't really care for that character at all. He kind of sucked. I've got my slaying armor. There you go. I really need to clear up my inventory too. I need to put all my food in the bin. Put it in storage. We're actually getting to that point now that it's my inventory is almost reaching capacity. I do have a retainer. I am just lazy. I thought you would know this by now. I do have a retainer. I did a whole bunch of materia swapping with her before. No, that's not a euphemism. Forgive me, it was not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the 6th umbral calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Skalla, which rose and fell during the 5th astral era. For what we know from that period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Skalla. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Damn, is this the giant submerged ruins that we saw when we were swimming last time? Because, hey, wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. Since we now know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city would have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Ala Mhigans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Omega, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? And while you do that, Arenvold and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. But of course, the ensorcelled portal! How could I be so naive? Gideon Emery is just that guy, you know? He is just that guy. How many times do I have to do this before it'll let me go down? It lets me do it eventually. I don't know why I have to do this so much. There we go. Okay, we're looking for an underwater entrance. I think I found it. But it says search for the ruins on the loch floor. So do I gotta go even further down? I think I gotta go further down. This is fine. I don't hate this at all. Yeah, Galleon's got grindstones to do. He's got to stand there and tap his little hammer and make a bunch of noise. You can stay in, Philippe. You can chill out for the first time in our you haven't done a dungeon with us before, so you get back in here. So about that deep sea diving and really large ruins, how are we doing? Just casually. It looks like I'm supposed to be here. So I guess we'll head over there. I've just been taking in the deep sea over here. Honestly, if I could be in like a little invincible bubble, you know, nothing would ever hurt me and I could breathe underwater, I would potentially explore the deep sea. Maybe. And I wouldn't be scared at all. I think just the confirmation that I could do it without ever being, like, eaten. Just because I'm too curious, you know? I love space and I love the deep ocean, but I'm also terrified of both of those things because it's like just a infinite void. And we're doing good, Mercury. Welcome. Also, you're not late. I am early. So you're actually perfectly on time. You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. An infinite darkness containing anything that could kill you. It's a good metaphor for life. You've come to a worn stone door standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. Omega, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? And then we try talking underwater, but it's just... Do you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we will be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. Alphino called on a friend for help. The drowned city of Skalla. So cool. Is it just going to be Alice? Alright, I'm gonna enter with a party of NPC. I like that they added that for people who want to play solo, at least. The tempting, slightly ajar door in an ominous underwater tunnel to a mad king's treasure trove leading to a drowned city. Long ago, in the dawn of the 5th astral era, the modest nation of Skalla was founded in the land of Girabania. Over the span of several centuries, its people constructed a grand city of stone at the bottom of a steep-walled ravine. But even this natural defense could not protect Skalla from destruction during a terrible age of war. When the great flood of the 6th umbral calamity later swept across the realm, the hollow ruins of the city were lost to sight, its remnants submerged beneath a raging sea. Haunting the depths of what is now Loxel, Skalla's silent walls lure adventurers into the salt-laden waters with the promise of mysteries unsolved and treasures unclaimed. Hello, Michael. Welcome to the stream. Am I going to be reacting to the new Shadow of the Erdtree story trailer? No, because it comes out real soon, so I'm good. I don't need to see it. I'm going to be pleasantly surprised when I'm playing it. I'm very excited for it, though. I like that we're just slowly assembling party members over the course of these recent streams. We're building up to our dungeon crews that are taking turns joining me. And then whenever we have to, do some 8-man raids, we've got people, which is nice. I always think about the people that I played Final Fantasy XIV with back in 2021. Where are they now? What are they doing? Are they still playing? They probably don't watch my content anymore, and that's okay. But I think about those people. Like, where's that person that gave me 300 eggs? You know? Where are they? Because when I look at my friends list, all the names have, like, disappeared. Sadness. This weird sort of like axolotl manta ray thing. Quite literally a seahorse. Kelpie. Bloody puddle. I don't know what I should be doing here. Hello and welcome to the stream. So I'm just getting attacked by a horse. Okay. I didn't realize it could move. Oh, it's very weird when you see something like that. I thought it would be stationary. Silly me. How stupid of me to assume. Hey Aerie, welcome to the stream. I'm glad that you enjoyed the BioWare playthroughs. I will certainly be playing Baldur's Gate 3 eventually. One of these years. Certainly on the list. Getting stranded. These little guys, like mini death walls, but confined to their own cubes. Demon wall, sorry. Now for Baldur's Gate 3, I'll start with the third one because everyone's played 3, and I know that if I start with 1, everybody will complain. So I'll be like, "Alright, come on, watch this." I've only played the third one, so I'll start with 3. But I'll eventually be playing 1 and 2 as well because I really want to. This is cool. Okay, guys, we have to stop talking about that game now. Alright, for no particular reason. Don't talk about the game. Otherwise, we'll be stuck talking about it forever. No, we weren't talking about that. We weren't talking about it. What's it being spoken about? I swear. Yeah! activate clunk transformation. Oh my god. What the fuck? Eee! I've been turned into a thing. Oh wait, I'm supposed to do something? What am I doing? Oh god. I turned into a thingy. Thoughts on X-Men 97? Oh, I wish that I could give you my thoughts on X-Men 97. I'm watching the original series at the moment, actually, because I never finished it. I'm on season 4 of the original series, because I started watching that like a couple of years ago. Alright, I'm a bunny. What do I do? This, Shadowstone. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, that's funny, dude. Okay, yeah. I'm on season 4, because I know that it's a continuation, so I'm just getting up to date on that first. I hear very, very good things about it, though, which is very nice. Well deserved. I just hope that it inspires a Spider-Man animated series to continue on from the 90s, because there needs to be a continuation of that. Yeah, the only thing I managed to finish recently was I finally finished Fallout. That took me ages to finally sit down and get through. Very, very good show. I'm going to be doing Shogun next, I think. Try and watch while I slowly make my way through X-Men. And then I've also been back in my sort of Dragon Ball obsession. That hyperfixation has come back. So I've been rewatching the original anime as well. I sit in my bed and I soft reset for a shiny Pokemon and I watch Dragon Ball Z and life's good. What else is there? Any Star Wars shows after Kenobi? Yes, I'm up to date. I've watched all of the Star Wars stuff. I watched that like pretty much immediately as it comes out. Been very happy with all of those. I basically do a little Discord watch party with a couple of people each time a new Star Wars episode comes out, so we'll probably be doing that for the Acolyte as well. A reaction series is just it's a lot of effort for very little gain, especially with the Star Wars shows. Wasn't really worth it, and I think I enjoy watching Star Wars without having a camera on me. It's just nice to kind of enjoy something for myself, I think, and then I can share my thoughts on it through text instead of having to be like locked into reacting, you know? This music is suitably creepy. I think Andor is one of the greatest pieces of Star Wars media we've been given. And Bad Batch was also really, really good, and I think that they could have done a season 4 if they really wanted to, but I guess they just didn't want to like drag it out too much. That being said, though, I feel like there was some plot threads that could have continued. So we'll just have to wait and see what's next. It's about as spoiler-free as I can discuss them. Both very good. You thought that Final Fantasy XIV ended? That's a funny joke. my god, it's Man Bear Pig. Roderick Poison Tongue. This is an Elden Ring boss name, dude. Nah, in Burju terms, that's like saying World of Warcraft ended. I absolutely do not mind the questions at all, Eerie. You're so fine. Do not stress. We're on a live stream. We're here to chill out and have fun and get knocked out by a boss's octopus tail. Now I'm confused and attacking my friends. I can't control my character, so I'm going to die again. Oh god. There we go. Almost died again. Yeah, the only times I don't really tend to interact with chat on stream is when we're in the middle of a cutscene, or I'm doing character dialogue. When we're just in gameplay, I can mostly talk when I'm not focused on pressing buttons. I'm an idiot. Burju, let's say you played World of Warcraft Mists of Pandorica or whatever it's called. When you finish the storyline for that, you would say that that's the ending of Mists of Pandaland, right? But then you'd start playing the Adventures of Blorkeldorf in the brand new story. There's so much on the screen. Sorry, it's not me attacking you. I'm confused. God. I'll be real with you, Chief. I've performed really poorly in this fight, so I apologize to my teammates. I died twice. Yeah. Still won. Ooh! It was true. We freed a family from the curse. One of them. No worries, Burju. Thank you so much for joining and sharing your confusion on the MMO story. Sweet dreams. he did a little spin to win move a couple of times.
It would appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Did Alphanu not say that I had a friend? Oh, hang on. How's my stream going, guys? I think my internet has just dropped a little bit. I don't think it's just you, Galleon. Hold on. Yeah, I've got okay. I've got dropped frames at the moment, so I wouldn't say Galleon is crazy, but it seems that everybody else is fine. That's so funny. Just me and you, Galleon. My stream is showing in the red at the moment, so hopefully it should balance out in a sec.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
This was the friend. Okay. Arenvold and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Aye, without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I am still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your own face, Alphanu. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. Lovely. I'm just going to give it a moment, because it looks like the stream's just having a time. So I'm going to take this opportunity just to quickly head to the bathroom, so I'll be back, and then we'll hopefully be able to continue smoothly. Alright, stream is back in the green. So we can continue. Yeah, what was I was going to look at this before. I was like, we got quite a few unable to retrieves, sadly. I think we're lost when I transferred to another world. We do got some voyages. Ironvold is still grinning at Alphino's discomfort. Butcher's blood. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Leash should be the first. Seconded, she is bound to be delighted. If I am no longer needed, then I shall take my leave. Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Vamar for me. Now then, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Ala Mhigo, so Lise is sure to be in this city. Shall we seek her out? Yeah, I think there's something for us to do in Kugane as well, so we'll eventually head back over there, for sure. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Omega and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it goes towards alleviating the suffering of Ala Mhigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say... Ironvold did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths, tell me what's happened. The mob's gathered outside headquarters and have started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there! We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then. The bitch really is in there. I knew it. I bloody knew it. We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
I love it when, like, background crowd NPCs put their whole voice into the acting. So good.
Come on, you don't mean that. We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down.
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye! And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock! We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
You don't get, like, multiple bitches so frequently in a Final Fantasy game. It always kind of still, like, I go, whoop.
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Ala Mhigo.
Hey, who's this?
Who's this wanker?
That's the bull of Ala Mhigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Ala Mhigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Ala Mhigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Good speech.
I know you're right, I do. But I can't.
We almost witnessed Fordola getting torn limb from limb, dude. My thanks, Raubahn. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. It is a difficult tide to stem. It was that same rage which brought us all to our feet and carried us to victory. Now the war is over, all the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here, with reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up just before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kikern to participate. Ala Mhigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Let's execute her and be done with it. She asked herself to be put to death. Nargo, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated, and everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only, I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. Return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. Yeah, I remember when Endwalker came out, we were playing Heavensward, I think. And we had some moments of the world being very full and waiting for quite a while. So I think we're on a different server this time, but also I think that the Oceanic service... Hello there. The Oceanic servers might be smaller than the US ones, because like I've even had instances where I've tried to log in and it said the world is full, only by a few people, but even then, it surprises me because I don't even see people running around. How many poetic tomes do I have? Where do we check that? Because I've got the regular tomestones. Currency. The Poetics, 1100. Commander's permission to enter then. Enter the prison.
So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Echo time for Fedora. Just like we did for Yotsuyu. Time to see why Time to see why they're so messed up. Hey Ben, welcome to the stream, dude.
Come along, Fedora. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right!
Okay. Let's get the tragic backstory happening.
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Ala Mhigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
Jesus.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
And then the stones start.
Traitors!
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of army.
We're citizens. We have rights.
I'm scared.
all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Oh, you just knew that there was going to be one like that.
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Vidola, please! You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
So that's where, like, the markings come from, like, her father.
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
They've got a little secret handshake. Fuck you, Mom. We have a secret handshake. You get it, though. Like, but is there redemption?
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past? And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Ooh, it's her time to echo now. Oh! Oh, wow. Got a lot of my history.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Bloody chosen one, innit? It's because I'm a cat boy. Because I choose to. The indomitable human spirit.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
They really do want to just be like, hey guys, remember Hoshfont? Have a look at his grave. Just for a second. We're gonna tug on that little heartstring a bit. And we'll just remind you that you lost someone. Horsefont. Yeah, that's what I'll call him from now on. It's easier than me trying to do fucking French. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. And I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Omega, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. It's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who was born with the Echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Immortal Flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the Liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? I'm just barely able to say Alpha No Levior, you know? Just barely. Speaking French is not my strong suit. You have to put a level of gusto into pronouncing those words that I like. Most of the time, I'm just like, it's just such an effort to speak French words, you know? Why'd they do that? It's easier to just call them all Babe. Remember our best friend Babe that died? And we went to visit Babe's grave? Yeah, there you go. See how easy that is? Instead of saying, Hoshfont. We went to Hoshfont's grave. Alpha Node Leveler. Alpha Nord Leviosa. Jigsaw, welcome to the stream. We are doing the post Stormblood main quests, yes. General Alden is inside. Aye, will you be joining him? The Resolutorium. Yeah, we're doing patch 4.1 story. Getting some good viewership on these last few Stormblood streams, so I do want to say thank you so much everyone for tuning in. That's nice. Like the common viewership is like a third of what we've been at recently, unless we're like in the real big like ending stuff, so I appreciate it. I'm gonna anticipate that viewership hopefully building up when we get into Shadowbringers and beyond. Hopefully we can get some good numbers. That'd be very nice. But yeah, intimate streams is what these are usually, you know? A small gathering of friends. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Arenvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? Been hard-pressed to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. Also, that is true. Ocarina of Time has brought in a lot of new people. I got a decent few hundred subs additionally over the past few weeks just from Zelda alone, which is pretty awesome. So a lot of new faces. So if there's any crossover between Zelda fans and Final Fantasy XIV fans, that's working out well. But welcome to the community as well, Icarus. Happy to have you. Revan, Final Fantasy XIV is a Revan game, you know? But I appreciate you being here too. You can watch it through me. Your sister is still depressed about Babe's death. You gotta introduce your sister to my channel then, so she can watch the Final Fantasy XIV playthrough. There you go. The device in which Cryo was held seems even more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked with Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the aether of the occupant. Save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. So many bodies. Every one of them. Oh god. I didn't realize that these were bodies. Oh god, the tiny ones. They're either children or Lalafell, you can never tell. That's grim. So many bodies. Every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. She is a child. Who are we talking about? The game or your sister? Because if we're talking about your sister, I was a child playing Final Fantasy XIV, starting them young. Radicalized them against the Empire as a kid. Go for it. What happened to Cryle? We rescued her. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. Omega, shall we start with you? Taken in combination with the testimonies of Cryle and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Cryle, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryle's echo? I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Cryle is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost family and friends to the skull. And there's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. You don't just see their past, you'll live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed. As you may recall, Yesaya was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hrace Velga's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of this godforsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. We should not be getting her wish, not yet. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. You guys are just here to make me jealous. Ape, together, strong. What a wonderful day. Looking for answers about the Echo and end up being schooled by Raubahn. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have left to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? It is a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Uldar, or start again in the land of their birth. Omega, a moment. I am newly returned from Uldar with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Till next time, my friends. Time to go see the raisin, exactly. Go and see the small, tiny Sultana person. An audience with the Sultana, depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Omega. Echoes of an echo. Sultana's strings. Alphino's thoughts appears to have turned from adventure to administration. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvold? I'm at your beck and call. I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down to the ruins and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, Omega. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Oh. Yeah. Mobius knows me too well. I have no clue how to navigate Uldar every single time. Oh, we got this. I know how to navigate Uldar, okay? I know how to navigate this place. See? I'll do that. It's not just a ring, it's a ring on top of another ring in a series of passageways and hallways. It's too much. I got it though. I could have gone to this one, but for some reason I didn't see it pop up on the map. Yeah, it is cool how previous areas are still relevant. They don't just ignore it, you know, because you got these places of government that still matter. You're expected, my lord. Please proceed. Oh god, last time it was just me and the Sultana. You were fake poisoned.
Thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
I forget what she sounds like. I have PTSD from sitting at a table with the Sultana. I'm like, don't drink anything, alright? Just wait till I'm gone. No beverages to be served while I talk to the Sultana.
The liberation of Ala Mhigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Raubahn and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ul'dah home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Ala Mhigo.
It won't be the same voice actor as A Realm Reborn, because they chucked them all out and started again in Heaven's Ward.
And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Ala Mhigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Raubahn chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Ala Mhigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a Sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure? Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Okay. But yeah, that's the thing with a lot of characters, like, because the voice acting is in specific cutscenes, you can go so long without hearing other characters that you forget what they sound like. Her plushies are as big as she is. So to her, they're basically body pillows. Look at this navigation. This is my best navigation of Ul'dah yet. What do you think of the Llyra, the merchant's daughter? This is the disguise I don when I wish to leave the palace and observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. And this is why I requested your company. Over the course of many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. The Gate of Nald. Teleji Adeleji. Yes. Good old Teleji Adeleji. Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in Skalla, at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Ala Mhigo and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. You've done your best, Your Grace. And my best has not been good enough. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Don't you guys know that Teleji Adeleji has been watching us from the shadows this whole time? He's gonna be the true main villain in Shadowbringers. That's my prediction. There's gonna be a huge portal that'll open and he'll say, I'm the Shadowbringer. And then he'd Teleji Adeleji'd all over the place. Bloody hell, mate. I should be able to fly, shouldn't I? I forget that I can fly because I'm so used to being in areas where I cannot fly. Very good. Yes. Remember when the Sultana was poisoned by Teleji Adeleji? That's good enough. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. But I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raubahn once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' death were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could have only brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus that I planned to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price for my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarists' damnable games. Forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Uldar and visit the Colosseum. Have some real fun with lore-accurate names. True. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raubahn. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Ala Mhigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raubahn to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raubahn had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theatre. But as you know, Raubahn is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the Blood Sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the Syndicate. And then I had my blade. We're gonna see it. He has 2 arms! Dude, if this game could show decapitations, that'd be so good. That was a clean head. Right off. That's a bisection, too. They should be in half. It's weird seeing him with 2 arms now. I wonder if they have, like, workable prosthetics in the Final Fantasy universe. Get this man a mechanical Magitech arm or something.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
Just the sprint. Oh my god.
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Sham. Raubahn!
Your Grace,
Jesus Christ.
I've kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar. And so, as tradition dictates, Raubahn Alden, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
And then he lost his arm. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being. Of course, Papa Shan's love for me is that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raubahn, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. The thing is with Lalafells is because they're just forever tiny. I'm just like, how old are these things? Can you tell when one is young and one is old? You know? I don't really imagine if they just get a growth spurt when they reach like 60. They become fully grown. They sprout up. Nanamo seems lost in thoughts of the past. She's 20 or 21 in the current game. That is a lot younger than I thought. So she was like put into power at a young age and used as a mouthpiece, she was saying. How long ago was that flashback then? With Raubahn fighting in the arena. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzeneth Ossuary. Hey, no worries at all, Philippe. Thanks so much for joining today. Thanks for hanging out in the party for a bit. When the calamity threatened, Raubahn led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Soir would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and I ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Omega. With Ala Mhigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Ala Mhigans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan school in Rhalgr's reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Ul'dah Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is of course another question. Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? Wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Sorcerer is an order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pays refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Manderville? Oh, am I? Boy, am I. That man. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. Is this a perfect segue into doing some more Manderville questlines? That's funny. We're going to the Gold Saucer, everyone. Oh, God. Okay. Also, in regards to the Leap of Faith minigame, I found that as soon as I switched to playing controller in Leap of Faith, I performed so much better. Okay. I don't actually know where to go for this one. It's the airship landing, but I don't have the airship landing. Oh, wait, you can... Oh, I didn't realize that you could travel... I thought I could only travel to the actual... only the crystals. How long have I been playing this game for? And that is when I find that out. Like, I was looking at it. I knew it was there. I just didn't think I could travel to it. I was trying to plot my course to get there. Jesus. Alright. I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. Get access to the airship as soon as you unlock all the crystals. Okay. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. When do they do the lottery again? And where's the fashion person at? I forgot how to do all of those things. $7 p.m. Awesome. The perfect time to stream. Hey guys, it's 7 p.m. Australian time, which is like 3 in the morning in the US. So the big lottery is at 7 p.m. tonight, Mobius. Okay. What about fashion person? Where's the fashion person? Thank you. Take away my ticket that I bought 2 years ago. Quite literally. Every Saturday at 7 p.m. So, it's in like almost 9 hours from now. So we won't be claiming those prizes on stream because I don't think anyone here except Mobius will be awake. Yeah, I remember I would always collect it as soon as it was announced for the bonus. It's a mini Gilgamesh. A round of Kuffaker. Do I want the items for the fashion challenge? Yes. Please. Just talking to the dude, just free 15k. So you can even just attempt it. Suited to slacking. Healing lilies well suited, rest and relaxation and skirts of a feather. So attempting gets you a flat 15k like 4 times? I remember the only time that I did this was when I was getting my MGP for the Regalia. Nice. Got 70 without even doing anything. Look at that. Look at how comfortable and relaxed and slacking that is. It's pretty funny. Should have just been naked. Ain't nothing more slacking than being naked. What can I say? I'm well dressed. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? Alright, here we go. Brace yourselves. He actually came in. I was half expecting him to be half naked from the waist up. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the intrepid Omega Ocelot and the Sultana herself come calling, there is no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Ala Mhigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter on how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is, stop. Taxing Uldar's wealth to save Ala Mhigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically. I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Uldar in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Giribani's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, expect it. And then we must consider Uldar's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Ala Mhigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed. And any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldar. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create far more equitable relationship with the returning Ala Mhigans, even as it generates the revenue required with the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Manderville. Thank you for your candor. Politics and society being like real life? No way. Animo appears to be reassessing her plans. Profit. The thought never even crossed my mind, but standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Omega, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldenard Trading Company. I knew it was going to be Hancock. But if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers, a work to do, I shall await your report by the Aetheryte and Uldar. Fair journey to you, Omega, and a swift one, if you please. I said down. Fantasy. Oh. Why, thanks. What do I do now? In terms of the dyes. Blue pants, purple shoes. Won't let me do the pants. Mobius and Mercury, you two can hash it out. Thank you. Thank you. Is there a reason why I can't dye my pants? Is there a specific thing on certain items of clothing if they can or cannot be dyed? These count as blue pants. They just look awful. You have dyeable pants somewhere. Is there an indicator of if they're dyeable or not? A little dot in the corner. Oh, okay. If it has a dot in the corner. Okay. Thank you. Other pants are more important than being blue. Which other pants? Which other pants? These? This is good, right? This will get the win. There you go. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's interesting. This isn't a long kilt when worn. Oh, it's got my, it's got Clive's shit on it. That's funny. I was confused myself. Clive. Yeah, the circle changing to show the dye is smart. Is there a particular type of pants they should wear over, or should I just blue pants and be done with it? Please tell me the answer, and we can move on. I'm just gonna do blue pants. I love that they're like less blue now. I love that I present myself in full Dragoon gear and I get a 70, and then I gotta like put all of this effort in, which is not very slacking of me. And then we'll see what happens. We hit the 80 line. Nice. 382k. Is there anything cool that I could buy here at the moment? No, it's Fall Guys. I don't think I have those, but I'm not sure. Cat. Yeah. An adamantus mount, that's cool. Angel wings. Turtle that spins when he flies. Alright, I'm leaving. I've spent long enough in the Gold Saucer. Everybody stopped watching the stream because of it. I'm back in Kugane. Omega, to what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? I beg your pardon, Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Uldar? My dear Omega, I have to thank you for this recognition, I am sure, and I am flattered that you came to me, truly flattered. Why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolarito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. Lolarito Dorito. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Omega, and may your dealings prove fruitful. Imagine if we didn't have the ability to just teleport to aetheryte crystals and we had to get a boat and travel all the way here. Like, we've been traveling for days to come and see you, Hancock. Please help. And then he goes, what if you went back to Eorzea? 5 seconds in Kugane and now we're back. I love MMOs. I don't really have anything, like, who should I see to spend my tomes on? Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like old gear. I have Master Chief Collection, and I have also played it on Game Pass. Welcome back, Omega. Did Hancock have any advice to share? With Lolarito? And you agreed to this? I'm well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarists at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Uldar effectively. Very well, I will meet with Lolarito. Let us go ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. Okay. Well, let's quickly go back to Kugane then. Let's quickly go back to Kugane and buy some stuff. Ugh. Near the rock. Yep, there it is. Yeah. Can you play online multiplayer for each of the games within? Yes, you can. All of the ones that have multiplayer, Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, and Reach. The multiplayer in Halo 3 ODST is Firefight, and that exists too. Omega gear. That has stuff that I've never seen. Alright, here we go. So tomestones. I can get... Wow, I can get a whole +1 on my spear. I guess at the very least it is a higher item level. Shoosh. So, what is this? Dragoon and RPR. You get a scythe. So, Reaper? That's fucking cool. Reaper class, goddamn. Like it, yeah. Me. Hold on a second. That's cool. Oh, it like lights up when it's closed. The stuff you crafted for me was from Shadowbringers. That's cool. I always like how the cat ears work their way into the helmets. Okay. very Imperial-like. It's cool though. I like the look of it. Get some Imperial armor. Pretty sick. So that's the XIV gear. Alpha Scape stuff. See, I think something that I've avoided, right, is like looking at stuff like this, because then, you know, I'll be like, oh, how do I get this? And then they'll be like, oh, you gotta do this super mega secret storyline quest raid. And I'm like, we gotta grind out 600 bingos. And I'm like, oh no, not the 600 bingos to get a piece of gear. So I've tried to avoid looking at this stuff so I don't really see what I'm missing out on. So I don't end up going, oh, I really want that helmet because it looks cool. There's some cool stuff. But yeah, the best stuff that I can get is that here. I'm not a big fan of circlets, so that's fine. Alright, I'm gonna grab some of this. I'm gonna grab the armor. And I could probably afford to just get like one more piece here. I can afford to get one more piece. Or I can get 2 of these instead. I'll get the pants and the chest piece. And then it won't really look right until I have everything sorted. So I'll just keep glamour plating it up for now. Alright. A little bit of an upgrade. There we go, back to the sands. We're running out of our Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets. We got 4 left, now 3. How do I get more of them? I can only make so many trips to this damn place. Alright, everybody's just showing off their cool mounts now. This is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had an occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves.
A personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help. You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask. There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Lilira.
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
Love the lack of, like, hat hair in this game.
By all means. I must say, I'm most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Ala Mhigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Ala Mhigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Ah, 'twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Ala Mhigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Ha! I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
Asking me is crazy. Yeah, the soldiery. Yeah, the soldiery. That place that totally isn't just ruins. I actually can't remember what Alagana and Alagiri look like. And they've intentionally given me two similar sounding ones. I'm not going to determine this, am I? I'm not a geographer.
Yes, a quarry town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion.
Oh, okay. We're going through the list.
Yes, if If a stable trade route can be established between Uldar and Ala Mhigo, then Alagiri would once more become an important waypoint. But while such growth would greatly benefit its current residents, I'm afraid it could sustain little beyond that.
Are we really going for the sultry then? Clearly you want me to say the sultry. I thought that would be the no, the hard no. But apparently that is the one that's rich for plundering. I love that if we get too wrong, it gives us another option. That's funny.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the sultry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I think the reason why I didn't pick it is because what I remember of it, we went through there and it just seemed desolate and not really a lucrative place, but I guess it makes sense.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production.
Oh, they actually do say ons. Okay.
The Loch's bounty will contribute to Ala Mhigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Clicked past what she said. I fear it'll be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. I just went from voice acted cutscene to being on autopilot. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Omega. I could not have done it without you. Nod. Before we continue with the next quest line, just going to take a quick little break at this point, and then we shall proceed with securing the Sultry. I'm back. Let's continue. Carsey Scott, I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well too. Thanks for tuning in. Nanimo is ready to move ahead with her plans. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Omega, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Ala Mhigo. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Ala Mhigo and Uldar both. Let us go and speak with Lys. Omega, you're back. What did Nanimo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So, Raubahn says he's going to return to Uldar, but she isn't sure he wants to? Tell us something we don't know. But I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Sultry does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he's the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. I love that, like, it's really funny because we go and update these people. We're like, yeah, so we did this. And they're just like, weird that you arrived at that conclusion. I'm like, well, actually, I traveled over to the other side of the world first. And I spoke to 2 other people. It's like, why did you go to Lolorito? I'm like, it was our 3rd choice. And it wasn't even our choice. It was our second choice's choice. But on a more practical note, Lys, assuming the interim government elects to accept Uldar's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Ala Mhigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Uldar to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Sultry's residents. Whisker, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Omega? I might need you to fill in the details. And I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. As soon as you get to fly at an area, it's so cool. The world is so much better. Nimbus mount has got to be one of the greatest you could get for flying, for sure. That's so cool. You need to get that Goku cosplay happening. buggers! What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to Old Wat this time, eh? I want to rebuild the Sultry. Grandad, Omega, tell him about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Grandad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hexter's been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whiskar, my lad. Truly I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Omega? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Sultry to its former glory. Good hunting. Well, the next Final Fantasy stream will be on my Monday morning, so a lot of people's Sunday evening. And I have a Discord watch party that I do at 10 a.m. my time, so I'll probably be wanting to start the stream much earlier to account for those plans. So depending on when I wake up, I might stream earlier, because I think the Bahamut and Alexander raid streams were about 5 hours ish each, were they not? Because the raid series seems to be quite lengthy. Alexander was almost a 6-hour stream. We did do more in that stream though, I'm pretty sure. And then the Bahamut one was 4 hours. Mind you, like I said, we probably did some additional stuff in those streams, so I don't think we spent 6 pure hours on just Alexander. So we'll have to see. Because ideally I'd like to do it in the one stream. Right then, Omega. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. Search your surroundings for yabbies. Observe the yabby. Do I have to observe a very particular spot? It's the jaw? Oh, there it is. It finally popped up. There it is. I didn't realize that it would pop up on the screen first. I thought I had to click on it and hope for the best. The Abbey's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Ah, looks like you found a yabby. They say hitting their shell is like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Aim for the soft underside of the head. Vulnerable under the head, are they? Right then. Wish me luck. Imagine if you just say, just hit it as hard as you can, and it just results in him getting killed. How long would you say that the Omega raid took you, Lyra? How long did you spend on it? Because, yeah, I don't want it to be a thing where I get like 90% of the way through and be like, oh, okay, I gotta do it next stream. I'd either like to complete it in the one, or if I get halfway through and it's been like, you know, 3 hours, then I would probably split it into 2. Thanks, Omega. I did just as you told me, and the Wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. Well, hopefully we can get a party of enough people. I think we can at least get a party of 6 to 7 people at the moment. But I might do it unsynced if the wait is too long. Also, you're able to world travel to the Oceania servers during this period of time as well, by the way. So if anyone wants to jump in and join the adventures, you're welcome to do so on any of these streams, by the way. Come and visit. I can handle the yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? It's alright. There's no skill level requirement. You said you've done the Omega raids. You've played the game before. Feel free to join in. You're one of the OGs, Lyra. The Furbad's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Ah, a Furbad. How do I defeat one of those? Just hit it really hard. God, it's so tempting to pick those. Destroy the core. I'm not going to make this dude have a terrible time. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab right between the eyes then. He's gonna make sand castles out of that one. Why is it like weirdly flat like that? Yeah, that's the thing. People who have been watching the Final Fantasy XIV streams way back in 2021, we're finally here. And we're finally on a very regular schedule with it too, because in regards to Final Fantasy XIV specifically, Yeah, I stopped. I was doing A Realm Reborn in the middle of 2021. We started Heaven's Ward November of 2021. So like 2.5 years ago. And then I put it down. Just trying to get the playlist so I can actually have a look at the dates. And then the last upload I did was the 17th episode, which was December of 2021. But that wasn't the last stream I did. That was just the last upload, because I did do 2 other streams, which was related to doing Lord of the Hive, Heart of Ice, Into the Eyrie, and The Song Begins. Those are some of the quest lines in the title. But I never uploaded them on the channel because I just didn't have any viewership for the streams, so I was losing a lot of motivation because I was waking up and I was doing like hour-long streams, like hours and hours, but to like 10 people, and it was getting a little bit debilitating. I was feeling myself really enjoying it, but being like, no one's here, and it's tough because it's like I enjoy streaming for any amount of people. Like, even if I do a live stream for like 10 people, I'm like, hey, thanks for being here. It was just hard to maintain, especially for an MMO. But then when I decided that I was finally going to return to Final Fantasy XIV, I uploaded those VODs, and that was in September of 2023. So that's when I was starting to be like, we're coming back. So that was almost a 2-year break, which I'm obviously kicking myself for now, because I'm like, if I didn't take a 2-year break on Final Fantasy XIV, we'd be up to date and we'd all be sharing in Dawn Trail hype right now. However, I'm silly. So we came back, and our first proper like return to Final Fantasy XIV was October of 2023. So I've made some decent progress since then, in these past few months of finishing Heaven's Ward and on our way to finishing Stormblood. Well, hey, we're better now, and we're playing Final Fantasy XIV again, and you're showing up, and it's good to have you here. It's not easy fighting with the Liberator of Ala Mhigo, watching your every move, but I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Omega. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road? We should head back to the Sultry before Granddad starts to worry I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. You know, I think also the 2-year break has its own level of positivity to it, because obviously I've improved my channel, and I've improved just in general a lot since then. So the approach is better. I think streaming it on YouTube is better as well. And we also have people still able to join me on my journey, so that's nice. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself, after a bit of instruction from Omega here. Once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Whisker. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late, I hear tales of folk over in the city drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. We need to set our sights on the future. on things which will improve our lot, things like getting the soldiery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. And then we'll just be like, alright guys, thanks, I'll see you next time, and then another 2-year break. Out of nowhere. When you say goodbye to your friend that you're playing Halo 3 with, and he says, alright, see you next week, and then he never comes back online ever again. It seems Whiskar has the soldiery's security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Alden. Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ul'dah. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate, the Ala Mhigo quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. Alright. I was thinking of trying to find that time to sit down and edit down the Final Fantasy XIV streams to potential videos. Like I could do the Realm Reborn experience and just kind of take it down to just the big story reactions and good stuff that happens, and then have one for like the post Realm Reborn questline, and then Heavensward, post Heavensward questline, etc., etc. As a way to like really kind of trim down all of that fat and that back and forth if people just wanted to watch some highlights. I just know that it will take me a really, really long time to edit that, because the streams were like hours, and then I have to download all of the streams, and when you download videos from YouTube, they're only in 30 FPS, even if you stream or record at 60, so it's just a lot of work to get working.
Apologies for the wait. People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far. But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light. I dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the Resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
String them up by their legs and turn their fingers into spaghetti. Death!
You would spare these animals? Yours is a more merciful brand of justice than mine. In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard. Well, that concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me. I bear a share of the blame for Ilbert's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Ala Mhigo liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't.
It's like, yeah, kind of my fault then that Shinryu got summoned. I don't think you have to blame yourself for that butterfly effect.
But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Ala Mhigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
You sure about that?
Father...
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword. But I pledged my blade to Nanamo, and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
That took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled. Arenvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta have arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vera. These are Kalyana. How do I say this again? Kalyana. The ones that summoned the primal. Oh, we're getting back into... Okay. Gotcha. They're insisting that they be allowed to attend the council. Lisa's trying to reason with them. She may need help. An invitation was extended to all of the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves, Pippin, take command of our forces, and be ready for battle. Omega, you've dealt with these Kalyana before. I'll have you at my side. Okay. I'm sure this will be a civil conversation. they still mad that we slayed their god? Omega, Raubahn, gods, it's good to see you. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss. But we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Girobani a home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome. We cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I must ask you first to surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will all be returned to you when the meeting is over. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise. We will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. We have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Yeah, this music is like, everything's cool. Why do I have the feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? Snake pun. Hey Gatulio, Ocarina of Time videos will indeed be posted every 2 days. Return of the Bull. A dressed up Raubahn. Oh god, okay, here we go. This is, we've got our emotional Raubahn questline coming up. Raubahn seems unconvinced by the Kalyana's sincerity. The Kalyana's elder's intentions seem at odds with all we know of her tribe. What do you think, Omega? Mayhap even the enthralled can learn to compromise. You believe an understanding can be reached. 'Tis not entirely unheard of, I suppose. Those who followed Saint Shiva eventually sought reconciliation with Ishgard. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on the scions? I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Ala Mhigo quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Omega. My thanks. I will see you in the palace. Okay. So, last quest of Patch. Been a good run today. Mr. Puddle, welcome. Any chance I'm going to run through Elden Ring before the DLC? Probably a very, very slim chance. Next to zero chance, probably. Just because I just don't have the time for that with what I'm doing on the channel. But I will be excitedly getting back into the DLC when it does drop. I'll obviously be very rusty. I spoke about this on a previous stream a little while ago, I think, where it's going to be really interesting. All the different people playing Shadow of the Erdtree, because you've got people that are still playing Elden Ring regularly to this day. You're going to have the people that are doing replays to catch up, and then you're going to have people like me that haven't touched Elden Ring since the game finished, because I do different Let's Plays, and I'm going to be very rusty, but it'll be fun regardless. Omega, I've brought reinforcements. Arenvold told me of the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Ishtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I'm not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alice's report suggested that they have shunned contact with other races, despised it in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal in attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, but I imagine Lys was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held inside the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Stoller and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watching over proceedings in the throne room itself. Understood. You should join General Alden inside then. Omega, do you know of the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guards there should have been instructed to let us pass. No worries, Icarus. Thanks for joining. You were the silent, sir. General Alden left orders that you were to be escorted inside if you'll follow me.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lys Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern. You've come from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Ala Mhigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Nice, she gives a good speech. She was doubting herself earlier with Raubahn. She's like, I can't do that. Yes, you can. Believe in yourself. Look at her go.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kaliana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
Kaliana. Whoop.
The Ananta wish only that those who dwell within Girabania devote themselves to our faith. You shall all all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage.
Someone shut this woman down. Oh, bro. Everyone's just fucking sat there just staring at her being like, what is she doing? Oh, she returns. Okay.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
We got bloody... Oh! Alright. See ya. Wow. Nice work, Raubahn. Nice. Time to fight. Wait.
God damn it! The guards were already turned.
Oh, that's why. They turned the guards.
Fools!
No, you don't!
The Kalliana would see us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
All right, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
They were really like, remember that guy that slayed our primal? Let's try again with the same guy.
Whatever she's about, you best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Let's go, Raubahn. Okay, so... Understood. I am assuming this is going to be a solo instance. How do we fight her without leaving our allies wide open? We can't stay on the back foot forever. No, damn it. If I think like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Omega? Use the duty action Deflect to dissipate the ether spears Lakshmi releases during the battle. Be warned that allowing an ally to be enthralled by an ether sphere will result in failure. Alright. Use duty action. Okay, Deflect. So, scatters potentially harmful ether. Jesus, like... Oh, I see, like these. There you go, okay. And then I can attack. Alright, understand. Alright, we got this song back again. Oh, I can get multiple in one. Oh, I gotta be closer to the orb itself.
I offer you peace and serenity.
Do I stand here? Please tell me I'm supposed to stand. spamming. This music is so good. Bruh.
I shall free you from your hate.
Just let me get an attack in. Oh! Oh my god.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Oh!
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Cool. Cool. It's time for redemption. All that guilt. No more orbs, huh? Where did she stay on your guard? Oh, she appears right on top of them all! Lock her down. The rest of you need to run. Oh, look at them. Iron Vault. Quickly now while the primal is... Lease? Okay, what is going on? I can't run away from this. They need us. And we stand and fight together. Alphino, the envoys are in your care. That's cool that Fodol is helping. Surely you don't mean to. Very well. I shall see our guests to safety. I love when they have like dialogue in between fights like this. Is cool. Look at us all fighting together. This is so sick. All of you to me on $4. Cool. Oof. I can't move. She's going after Lisa and Raubahn. Active time maneuver. Okay, ready? Okay. Okay. Fuck. Okay, these guys can help out too. Thank you for $1. I think so, Omega. I'll make sure my steel is worth the effort.
Not your souls weigh heavy?
Divine denial. She's building up to something big. Come close to me, all of you. Divine denial. Nice work, $4. Oh man, I wonder if this is going to be her sacrifice. I can see that happening. She wanted an execution this whole time, but maybe what would really work for her is going out like in a fight to save people, redemption. Everybody stops attacking when they get in the shield. Come on, guys, keep hitting them. Behold my divine brilliance. Oh god. This doesn't look good for $4. A lot of protecting us. Still going. I'm just getting divine denial spammed. Why don't we have a limit break? $4 ether is running out, dude. Jesus Christ. Get wrecked a second time, lady.
We did it! We beat her!
Are we all good? Oh. Okay. Warrior of Light and $4 are about to hug it out.
What is this?
I'm only going to say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Ala Mhigo. Your choice.
It's like, are you gonna go out like Xenos did? Or are you gonna step up?
Seven hells. It's her, the Butcher.
Oh, and she's gonna suffer all of their echoes right now. All of the deaths.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
God, this dialogue's damn good, isn't it? Strong. They take those powerful pauses. It's like, you're like, fuck this dude, like going like, I'm not gonna forgive you. I do like that. It just like cuts in with it, but I will thank you. Very good. Also, hi Ashtola. I think I shall make a habit of checking for primal influence before our meetings from now on. Ishtola's also just here. It's the gag and Ishtola. Well fought, Omega. Ironfold. That was a near thing. Aye, not against the... Oh god. So, how did she say it? Because I've been saying Kalliana, but she said it differently. And I was like, oh, that's how it's said. I've already forgotten it. I'm so useless with names, dude. Our stand against the Kalliana would have been brief indeed, had you not volunteered for guard duty. Be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. You must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... it's my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, lass, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson, and watch our own more carefully in future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldier who first spoke up in favor of the Kalliana keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by his aura. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Y'shtola. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Fordola turned up. What was she even doing there? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfried was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordola picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordola grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Ala Mhigan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk till I'm blue in the face if that's what it takes. It is a long and arduous path that you have chosen, but one well worth walking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but none of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Omega, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it. Something that I really like about this approach, which is really effective, is not having someone be instantly forgiven and being like, oh, thanks for helping us out. All of your previous crimes are now forgiven. And I also like that it wasn't an element where Fordola was like sacrificing herself in this moment and there is still room for her character to grow, because it's similar to like a Darth Vader or a Kylo Ren scenario where these characters go so far off the deep end and commit atrocities, countless atrocities, and then they redeem themselves at the end and then they die. And they never answer for that. And then there's no way that we're able to really see that struggle in their character of coming back from the deep end. And for Kylo Ren, that was one of those things that I was so intrigued and excited to see, like the potential of that. But then they went, we'll just do Vader again. He'll just die. Because it's so hard to write that. It's easier just to kill them, you know? So I really like that what we're getting here is a character that has been twisted by the environment she's been raised in, and she's now facing those consequences. You know, there's a potential for a redemption pathway there, but it's not like an instant forgiveness, or it's not going to be easy. Because that's very interesting character stuff that you can do there. We've earned our rest.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government modelled on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
gonna be like, Bud, you have served me for too long. You can rest now, my giant man. Time to go home. Omega, you should have picked her up and carried her over there. She's going to take so long to walk over there.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubahn Alden, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
Yeah, go home.
But, Your Grace...
Raubahn, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Ala Mhigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Ul'dah? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire.
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Oh, when Raubahn cries with... Oh.
Smile for me, Raubahn. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Ul'dah.
Tomorrow you will serve Ala Mhigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
You're fired. Oh, under the star as well. Very nice. Very nice. I was getting worried we could have seen a death in that final mission. I was like, no, we're getting a mini...
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
I was like, we're gonna get a mini Raubahn minion. He's gonna die. Mind you, I've thought that Raubahn was going to die at like 2 different points in Stormblood so far. When he gave Pippin his sword, I'm like, he's dead. He's gone. And then when he promoted Pippin, I'm like, he's dead. He's gone.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Girabania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project. She was in search of General Alden, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
You're a bit behind, Alphino.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest.
'Twas only a jest. Everyone just loves to bully Alphino. He's such an easy target.
But I must yield the floor to Raubahn. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
I shall be assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
Now we're gonna have to wait and see Pippin take up the mantle and become the bull and wear a helmet with the horns on it, but it's like too big for him.
You may be getting on in years, father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Ala Mhigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
The fact that both of the Lalas are just like, let's poke fun at the fact that Raubahn lost his fucking arm.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor, and you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
Yeah, Pippin got his large sword. You just imagine that Pippin keeps getting just like comically large pieces of like upgrades. He just keeps getting like different armor pieces, and then we just eventually see him in a giant mechanical bull. We just put Pippin in a giant mech.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
If, he says. Welcome home, Raubahn.
Well, that was unexpected, though you seem distinctly unsurprised. Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Ala Mhigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
Oh, very nice. Okay. It's about time I headed back to Rolga's Reach. What's next for all of you? Alistair will be eager to hear of recent events, so I shall join you if you've no objections. And welcome the company. Omega, why don't you come along to the Reach as well, once you've said your farewells to Nanamo and the others? Alright, we're going to the Reach. Upon completion of this quest, you'll be able to access the palace's rooftop gardens by speaking to the Royal Menagerie attendant. Yeah, there you go. See, this is oh god, you've all done it. This is what I was... Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is what Pippin will look like. Bloody hell. That is what Pippin will look like. God, all of you, huh? I've asked enough of you, Omega. My only words for you now are those of gratitude. I'm going back to Rolga's Reach. And we'll get the completion on this quest and finish the main story for 4.1. Would you look at that? We return to Rolga's Reach. And we can speak with Biggs for our Omega stream next time. Bloody full circle, innit? The Final Fantasy XIV subathon. You keep having to do a subathon to keep the stream going. So I can play Final Fantasy XIV until I perish into dust. Well, here we are again. Alphino has regaled me with a thrilling tale of hidden treasure troves, mid-meeting betrayals, unlikely alliances, and joyous homecomings. It would seem I missed everything. I was patrolling the palace grounds with Thancred and Ishtolo when we heard a report of a primal in the throne room. I honestly doubted my own ears. As others have said, we were lucky to have our echo-blessed companions, champions, nearby this time, but we'll need to keep a closer eye on the Kaliana. I can say that again. This whole episode has reminded me just how far apart our kinds still are. It looks like centuries of fear and mistrust really can't be washed away in a day. You think? But someone has to make an effort at reconciliation if these conflicts are ever going to end. Naturally, a lot of people are crying out for vengeance, but I've been doing my best to calm things down. Violent reprisals will only lead to more summonings. Indeed, violence will ever beget violence, as the Empire has learned to its cost in recent times. In any case, summoning Lakshmi was the Broodmother's doing, and whoever replaces her might not be so keen on the idea. We'll just have to watch and wait. Which isn't to say we won't be putting the safety of our allies in the Vera and M tribes first. I plan to have resistance scouts keep track of the Kaliana's movements at all times. My parents will be relieved to hear that. What are your plans for the rest of the resistance army out of interest? Are we to prepare for Imperial counterattacks? That would be a question for the Resistance's newest recruit, a military commander with far more experience than me. What? The Bull of Ala Mhigo? Call it an army, but the Resistance is really a collection of smaller, independent groups, and when Conrad passed his command to me, that authority only extended to the freedom fighters based in Rolga's Reach. You just happened to be serving as the Resistance spokesman at the time, and needed someone to take over the role while everything was in disarray. That time has passed. When I speak with the other leaders about reforming the army under the new government, I'll be nominating Raubahn as the overall commander of our forces. He has much more experience than the rest of us put together, and we stand a lot to learn from him. Indeed. He is in all respects the ideal choice. Assuming he accepts the post, Ala Mhigo will have a formidable weapon to its arsenal. Given the progress of Nanamo's resettlement initiative, I see great cause for hope. The seeds which we so carefully sowed have begun to quicken, my friends. I like that. We tend to our promises and watch as Ala Mhigo blooms. I dress up Raubahn. There it is. He becomes the leader, which seems so fitting. Oh my god. I recognize this silhouette anywhere, dude. Come on. It's giving me more. Giving me more of my boy. Quick, let's fast travel to Kugane. We'll just catch him. I do give thanks to the kami that my makeshift raft withstood the fury of the seas. But there, their generosity ended. Without coins in our pockets for new attire, we are doomed to look like so much jetsam. Oh, woe betide the poor man in a city of rich merchants. Surely he's gonna go see Lord Hien, right? Oh, this is so weird. I don't know how to feel about this. Your cute ice cream will not make me forget what you did. Honestly, this is so hilarious to even look at, right? Because when I think of these two together, I think of the scene where she was literally torturing him and stepping on his head. And now they're getting ice cream together. If that's not a dream relationship, I don't know what is. But now I gotta now I gotta deal with that. It's just so weird. We've witnessed for both Fordola and Yotsuyu both now going through a redemption arc for their previous atrocities and their tragic backstories. And they're both great. And they're very well-written antagonists that are now serving a different purpose in the story. So they managed to get off of the castaway island. I don't know how they managed to put a raft together, but they made it to Kugane. So hopefully they can go to hopefully they can go find Lord Hien. Oh, I don't know if it tells us that, but what it does tell us is they did actually do that thing, because you know how a lot of people do the whole like, what if we just time traveled and went to Hitler in his crib and you know, as a baby. And Final Fantasy XIV directly addresses that in dialogue, where they're like, you know, these people, like Xenos, Yotsuyu, Fordola, they were not born evil. You know, this was nurtured by their environment. So they do make that argument if you can't just go back in time to a baby in a crib. Anyway. Yotsuyu, these dango are delicious. Will you have one? More sweetbreads. I surrendered my blade to secure what few coins we have. Oh, he sold his sword. I swear that building must have smacked her on the head real hard. Ah, 'tis like talking to a child. Are we witnessing that Yotsuyu regressing back to being an innocent child because she's had to be a really hard, like, figure for so long? Why fate saddled me with this burden I shall never know, but I am alive, and I must return to my master's side. Come, Suyu. We shall find a ship to carry us across the Ruby Sea. Yeah, okay, so it's like she's hit her head real hard, right? She's, yeah, total personality shift. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. They're gonna be like, it's alright guys, Yotsuyu doesn't even remember the atrocities that she committed. She's a totally different person now. She really enjoys sweetbreads. Have you read the reports? First Doma, then Ala Mhigo, and Lord Xenos put to the sword. Do not believe everything you read. I hear the Viceroy was merely wounded, and that he has already returned to the capital. Naturally, the savages beat their chests and boast loudly of taking his head regardless. Oh wow, so we're internally covering up Xenos' death and being like, hearsay, he's fine, he's in his bedroom, he's retired to his chambers and no one must disturb him. Nay, Lord Xenos lives! Deplorable that our own officer should be fooled by Eorzean misinformation. Small wonder the provinces have begun rising up in rebellion. We must prepare an official, and above all, accurate announcement to quell these pernicious rumors. They would wage war with empty words. Let them produce the Viceroy's remains then. We shall soon put the lie to their claims. The Imperials are demanding the remains of Big Boss. Who's watching? Who's watching? God damn it. They make me want to start playing again immediately. I'm like, I'm gonna keep playing. They're teasing me. I like that the patches end with a little bit of a continuation on certain story elements like that. I'm interested in Brosetsu's survival and Yotsuyu's change of mental state here. There's clearly a bit of a brain fog going on there for her, so I'll be curious to see how that's going to develop, while Gosetsu has a very stern perseverance to return to Lord Hien's side. So I'll be really interesting to see that and how that's going to continue, as well as the Imperial stuff. So they're doing like Imperial cover-up. They're like, yeah, Xenos didn't die. How dare you believe that silly Eorzean propaganda? So that's really intriguing too. I wonder how that's going to develop, because obviously we've got the Asian man talking to the actual Big Daddy Emperor about stuff. Only one way to find out is to continue playing. But 4.2 will have to wait, because our next two streams, the plan for those is to do the Omega raid next time, Omega raid, and then the stream after that, returning to Ivalice. That is the plan. I should see the reward that achievement gave me. Where's my achievements? More heroes. Raubah's left arm. What is that? Wait, what the fuck? Why? How did I... What? Well, what does that mean? Where is that? Where does that reward go? Is it this weapon? Oh, it's a title. I was like, did I just receive like a... I was like, what did I just get? Here, his missing left arm, sir. You settle titles from your character screen. I don't think I've seen that before. Oh, wow. I haven't looked at this before. Cool. Lisa's right fist as well. Raubah's left arm. So like, oh. This is the first time I'm looking at this menu. Nobody's even mentioned this to me before today. Oh, these are so cool though. There's so many cool names in here. Brother for another Mother Crystal. I forget these fucking, like, quest titles are so funny. Dragoon Age 3. Everyone that plays with you has one under their name. Yeah, well, I am not looking at that. Doesn't mean I know what the titles are. Oh, there's so many cool ones, though. I like that there's ones that can come before or after. That's cool. Fate Walker for now. Alright, hang on. How do I... So... Oh, it's the fucking... the top thing. Okay. Tamer of the Undying Flame. I'll be honest with you, never even questioned it. Every time I saw it, I had no idea what it was for, didn't even think about it. I don't know what my brain just assumed that it was, but I thought it was something to do with, like, just a high-level thing that I didn't even have access to. I don't know. Just never even asked. Now it makes so much sense. That's cool. Alright, well, thanks for showing me that I've received a title. It only took me until after Stormblood to realize what that was. Awesome. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for joining me for today's Stormblood stream. This was so fun. Next time, we're going to be doing the Omega Raid. Hopefully, we can get 8 people for that one. I might be starting the stream earlier than I did today's stream, even, because I don't know how long we're going to be at it for. So I started my stream at 7:15 today. I may start the stream earlier than that. Apologies to Mobius. Early morning alarm. Wake up, wake up. But we'll see how we go. So I'll schedule that one for my Monday morning and most people's Sunday evening. And then after the Omega Raid, we're going to do the Return to Ivalice, which is an Alliance Raid. I don't think we've ever done an Alliance Raid before. So I think this is going to be our first time sort of diving into that, specifically because it's Ivalice and that's amazing. So excited to see what that's going to be. And then after that, it should be like 4.2 and continuing the story. Very exciting stuff. Thank you so much for joining me today, everyone. I've had a blast, and I hope you have too. And I will see you next time.